Streaming. My event is starting. And now, where do I get? I need to view on watch page so I can pull up the live chat and pop out chat. There we go. We got our chat. And what's up next? We need just general link, and we're going to take the link and we're going to post the link, and the link is going to be on the Twitters so the people can do the thing. Here you go, Twitter. Link. Link the fire. That's a lie, though. We're not gonna link the fire. I've already decided. I know I know that there's a lot of other things where I would normally be like, all right, so what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? I've already decided we're not going to light the fire, and I will talk about why as we go into it. But I have some pretty good reasons for why we're not going to light the fire. We are going to usurp it, and yeah, it's not going to be happy. YouTube notifications. I've had some. Oh, actually, I guess the big reason why I actually wanted to copy the link is so that I could post it in, so that I've got the threaded, because I've got the threaded tweets. I got the tweet chain. So with the threaded tweets, I wanted to insert it into the thread rather than just have it pop up as a new, unrelated thing. It makes it easy. Also, it means that whatever I start the thing with, I can basically add more description to it than other things. So yeah, that's what we do there, and why. And my back today ain't feeling so good. Kind of my posture's awful. So hello everyone. I don't know if you can make fun of me. I mean, I guess you can try, but I hate myself, so it's hard, you know? I mean, a lot of times people are just like, man, you know what? You suck and you talk too much and your beard is crooked and your hair's falling out. And I just go, yeah, I know. So I'm only half joking in order to hide the pain. So yeah, how's everybody doing tonight? I don't know if we're gonna have a whole lot of preamble, the normal sort of preamble where we just sit here on this camera. I think we're just gonna kind of go into that one and fiddle around a little bit. We got a couple cleanup things that we need to do, so I know. So we're gonna kneel and we're gonna get this over. But then we've got to back up, and there's a few other, like I said, cleanup things that we've got to do. So, yeah. Everyone hates themselves on YouTube, and that's actually that is in fact true. I've had this theory going, this personal theory going ever since before film school. Actually, since high school, when I was in drama, because of course I was a drama nerd. And it's that everyone involved almost everyone involved in entertainment, everyone who's willing to be in front of a camera to some point or another despises themselves, and actors in particular, because you need to have a certain just something wrong with you in order to even, like, in order for the idea of pretending to be someone else to have any appeal at all. So like I've met people who are so healthy and sane and secure in their own identity. They're boring people, but they're really, really stable. And they look at, like, just the idea of acting. You try to explain acting to them, and they're just like, why? Why would you ever? Why? It's meaningless to them. It's amazing. Now, that's not to say that there aren't, well-rounded, well-grounded, healthy people out there involved in entertainment and acting and presentation and all of this stuff. Uh, just I don't know. In my experience, a lot of them got there eventually. They didn't start there. They got there. So yeah. All right, kill them with the first flame, and now we're actually going to light the bonfire, and we're going to piece out of the bonfire because we actually need to go back to the high wall. Yeah, Scrubblord. That's a good example, and that's something that I brought up back during the election, and actually every election prior to that, is everyone running for office, particularly for president. Like, I shouldn't say everyone running for office. Everyone running for president is an egotist to some degree. Yes, that includes Bernie Sanders. Yes, that includes Barack Obama. Yes, that includes Hillary Clinton. Yes, like everyone, because you need to be an egotist to some degree in order for it to have any appeal. That without that, it is like the biggest nonsense activity you could ever think of, to submit yourself to that. So ah okay. Now that's gonna be so overkill. Oh, come on. Yeah, maybe we should just stab them. They're all only gonna take one hit. All right, so there's a bunch of stuff up on this bridge here, and there's also a drake. A club, an ember. Or did I already kill the drake? I don't know, but there's a bunch of stuff. I remembered that there was a bunch of stuff down here that I hadn't taken care of. And I should probably not waste my mana on those scrubs. We don't want no scrubs. There's a claymore. Is this mostly just going to be stuff I really don't need? Well, actually, yes, of course it's going to be stuff I don't need. I don't really need anything anymore. But completionism is a thing that I vaguely care about. So yeah, so we've got a little bit of just cleaning up some random crap that we missed, or areas. Okay. Hey, look. It's a trap. All right. Please don't dodge that. Deep battle axe. Okay. And I feel like there was something else around here. Or was that it? Was that the only thing that... I think that's the only thing that I'm missing from here. But then... Okay. So we'll call that. I don't think there's anything else I was forgetting around here. And I totally could have actually gone up those stairs I was just standing right next to, because there is absolutely a... Ow. No, I wanted to hop away. Oh wait, this is gonna cause problems, isn't it? You're gonna cause self-correcting problem. Okay. But yes, I was standing right next to a bonfire, and then I ran all the way back to a previous bonfire. Also, I have the coiled sword fragment. I didn't even need to go to a bonfire. Yeah. Okay, so Vort, everything at Dancer, I've done, I'm pretty sure, everything in there. I even did Osiros. I did the lower part for the high wall, undid settlement. I don't think I'm missing anything in this area. I feel like I went through that with a fine-tooth comb already. Keep Ruins, Farron Keep, Crucifixion Woods, Forge Road. Because then up at the top from the wolf, there's the top of the wall, but there's just a bunch of crystal lizards and stuff there. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. Cathedral. Yeah, I've got all of the cathedral. I went through that with a fine-tooth comb. Oh, there's probably something in catacombs that I'm missing. Because I skipped a big chunk of catacombs, but I kind of don't care about catacombs. Or do I? Basically, I'm also trying to figure out if there's any optional bosses that I missed. Yeah. I haven't played any vote Bloodborne. Wait, what are we voting for? I missed a bit. DS1, Bloodborne, DS3, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2. I think you want to go to the entire... Right, yes, the entire Smoldering Lake. That is correct. Thank you for reminding me. I knew there was something I was missing. The Demon Ruins, the Smoldering Lake, all of that. And so... Yeah, okay. So we got to go find that. And I don't actually know where that is, but it should be fairly easy to just kind of blow through stuff and figure it out. Okay. I've scoured everything behind me. Yeah, because when I first got here, so I was feeling like super savvy. And do I have a... Yeah, flash sword will be good. I was feeling super savvy when I got here because I like started poking around and started working my way through, and I'm like, oh hey, look, there's got to be a way down, and so I just started taking shortcuts, and I was able to shortcut most of this area, in part because I had been talking with Dan from Extra Credits, and we had a couple conversations about how much he liked. Oh, also, yeah, I'd been talking with Dan. We'd been talking about Super Bunny Hops video about Dark Souls 3 versus Bloodborne and kind of the level design and how Dark Souls 3 kind of feels a little bit weird relative to the other Dark Souls games because there's just fewer precipices, there's more open space, you know, maneuvering room, just stuff like that. You're a lot less likely to roll off an edge in this one than you are in any of the previous ones. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of edges to roll off, but you look at a lot of the I mean, there's spaces in Dark Souls 1 where it's hard to even tell if it's a path because because there's points that are just so narrow and so steep. Uh, so that's a factor. That's a trap. I don't I don't have personal sound at the moment. It's turned down so that y'all don't get an echo. So there's sound cues that I'm likely to miss, and that means traps I'm probably just going to walk right into. But yeah, we were talking about it, and I forgot where I was going with this, actually. Oh, right. Now I remember. So we'd been talking about that, and one of the things that's a big sort of part of that is that it's like, hey, Dark Souls 3 actually does a lot in terms of it does a really good job at building verticality back into the level design in a way that Dark Souls 2 hadn't necessarily done. Um, also, Bloodborne doesn't really use the sort of spiraling verticality that the Souls games do either. And so I had that on my mind when I was coming through here. So naturally, as I approached each of the areas, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, we need to watch for shortcuts and verticality and the spiral level design. And when you're actually thinking in those terms, it keys you in pretty good to, stuff. And I feel like I'm at the skeleton ball. I should be at the skeleton ball right now. It's been a good while since I was last in this area. Yeah. If I start to look lost, it's only because I'm lost. I can't target you. Are you friend? You are friend. Oh, hey. I haven't advanced your quest at all in ages. I did not get married. If you're talking in game, also if you're talking out of game, no, I have not. I am not married. All right. I don't think I'm gonna see Horus again. Okay. Now, yeah, getting shot at from back there. I see you. Wait. Be wary of right. Did I already kill what? I can't tell if that's a drop or not. It looks, I mean, obviously it's a drop in the literal sense. That just looks like death. Okay, I have already killed my way through here. I just missed those fire arrows. Alright, where's my skeleton? Oh, it's coming from... Oh, right, it drops down there. Up there. Frick. That hurt. I've barely fought a lot of the things along this path purely because I came down the shortcut. Ow. There we go. Okay, here's a here's a broken mechanism that I never figured out how to get around. Now the ball should break. Or just stop. Or not. Okay. Look at you just chilling there. Alright, I remember I don't really want to break a lot of these pots because they send out black dye. Those. Let's top up a little bit. Okay, I got everything in there. I know that because it took me forever to do. You know what? We're gonna go back to my cowardly ways. That was not the... Come on, can I get you two lined up? No. Eh. Threaded that needle. Right. All right. Here's a place. All right, so that way goes around. I know where that is down there, but I'm not quite sure how to get from there to up on the other side. So let's just work our way to the... I know there's a bonfire just around this corner here, more or less, nearby. Also Titanite shards, handy. Welcome. Skeleton ball in this hallway. And run. Get around here, and here's a bonfire. Now there's this gate, because there's that mechanism. There's the broken mechanism on the other side, and I don't know how to open this gate. I never figured out what to do, and I don't think I ever got like a missing part or something that might do it. Or skeleton ball. Well, skeleton ball's going down. No, this is the way I just came from. Alright, wait for skeleton ball. And back. Alright. Get into the safe spot. Wait for the skeleton ball. Actually, yes. That might have taken too long. And watch out for rats. Okay. Hey! Alright, maybe you should stop getting up. I would like that. Did that say Grey Warden's Ashes or Great Warden's Ashes? Large shard. What the hell's your deal? Weirdo. Weirdo skeleton. I heard something loud. Wait, so that's a hidden path that just leads to the same... What's even the point of that? I guess it might be an easier avenue of approach? Maybe, I guess. All right. So that's pillaging this side. I didn't miss any other paths up there, did I? I don't think so. Oh, crab. Okay, so that's the path to Wolner. There's a giant rat. It should die in one shot. Then down there is just a bunch of guys, and that's actually like the end point for a pit trap up above. You drop down and you fall there, you land there. So we've got these two stairwells that go up to the other balcony, neither of which seem to actually head anywhere. And I don't remember what's down this way. You're gonna fall, aren't you? Oh, this is just another route to the bridge. Wait. That guy way up there. Cross the bridge and climb it like a ladder. Drop the bridge. Okay. So here's a huge area that I've never been to. I would probably have only ever found that by accident because I've been so cautious about that bridge since I saw, you know, I was doing some co-op, and dude ran out on the bridge and it cut and he died. And hello, big ugly. Soul of a demon. Cool. Yeah, he ran out on the bridge with, he kited some skeletons out on the bridge, attacked them, it snapped and fell, and I was like, oh, okay, well, not gonna make that mistake. And I have since then always avoided the bridge and never fought on it. So I would never have found that. I would never have, I don't think, you know, and from up above, yeah, once I was looking for it, like once I was looking down and looking for it, I could tell that there was a thing that I could land on, but it's still not super obvious from up above what exactly you're looking for. It's not the most obvious, like, hey, here's a thing down here, you want to be thinking about how to get here. Oh. Oh. Come on, actually hit them, please. Are they just endlessly coming back? They are endlessly... Well... No, I can't figure out if they're endlessly coming back or they're just coming back twice. It looks like just twice. Okay. Old Sage's blindfold and a witch's ring. Witch's ring sounds useful. And a bonfire definitely sounds useful. I passed a chest. Oh, that's going to respawn all those skeletons, isn't it? That was not the best plan. All right. Come on, get back up. This right here would be an enemy design that sounds like a pretty decent idea at first, and it did work. It works pretty effectively that first time, and then after that is awful. Come on, get back up. Alright, I passed a chest. People were saying I passed a chest. Up top. Let's look up top. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, there we go, all the way in the corner. I see bloodstains, so I'm going to assume the obvious. Hey, color me surprised. Ah, frick, targeting. Not my shiningest moment. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die. These launchy, spinny skeletons are a little annoying. Alright, get the item. Get the item. Black Blade. Run. Take the coward's way out. There we go. Okay. It's not Leia cosplay. Dusk of Ulasil. All right. I do not in the least know what's actually coming. Well, okay, I do know that there's a ballista up at the top of a giant smoldering lake. Okay, all right. I'm going to guess that this lake is smoldering. Ah. Okay, so there's the ballista that everyone was talking about, that all my friends were talking about. What's that? Bloodstains? Let's go Invisible. Some twinkling titanite. Anything coming up behind me? No? Maybe? Maybe. Always maybe. I need to remember that trick people showed me, that if you hold up, it... I'm totally gonna get jumped on from above. I know it. If you hold up, it resets to the top of your list. Visions of agony, therefore hollow. Ah, go away. People who put messages in bad spots. There we go. Okay. Oh man. Do we totally have people in chat policing the way I play the game? It's not as fun when I have a lot of fun. All right, so here's a good thing to talk about. We talk crap. We talked about this a good bit last week towards the end as well. And the thing is that, so I've played a lot of Dark Souls, even though this is my first time through Dark Souls 3. I mean, between the other two... Oh, okay. It's a giant 3-prong ballista. So, alright. Come on, lock onto the crab. Uh-oh. Yes, spit. Ow. Alright, there's a third. There's a chance. Okay, and cover. Alright. The fact that hidden body doesn't seem to hide my body from it, but it'll hide my body from the crabs. Okay. Alright. this way. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of these games. I've spent a lot of time in them. I've played a lot of different play styles, and one of the things that I like about going Magic is that it is a different pace. It is a little bit more of a kind of relaxed pace. You can take things as you wish. You're a lot more powerful when it comes to fighting certain kinds of things, even if bosses do tend to be agonizing solo. And the other thing about it is that, so I'm very much of the opinion that the perception of the Souls games as being intrinsically defined by their difficulty, that's both not terribly helpful and also just wrong. You know, ever since, I mean, going all the way back to Demon's Souls, like these games have always had some kind of cooperative feature in them. You know, and it's not just some tacked on thing. Like it's been a very carefully thought out feature. It hasn't always worked as well as they would have liked it to be, but it's been there, and it's been, you know, core. They've had multiple mechanics kind of revolving around it, and it's been very intricate, and very, very deliberate in its design. And so in that regard, these games have in fact always been intended to be played cooperatively. And people who say this, like, oh, well, you know, they're not balanced around frick, I didn't, where was, I thought I saw something to hide behind. That's not even gonna take me to full. You know, they've always had that element in there, and I don't know how to get up to that thing. Alright, let's try this way. Let's book it. Hope it hits behind me. Until I can get... Is this something resembling safety? Alright. Oh, there it is. Okay. That floor looks suspicious. Ha! It was exactly what I thought it was. Okay. That did not go as well as I wanted it to. But it definitely worked. And you're horrifying. Okay, so we're gonna pull out the big guns and hope you die fast. So I think the perception of the games as being intrinsically defined by difficulty, it's fallacious, it's wrong. Like, they have always had the multiplayer aspect to them as an attenuating factor. Oh, there we go. And I think the perception that it's like, well, they're not balanced around multiplayer is wrong. I think they are balanced around multiplayer in the sense that multiplayer is the easy mode. You know, when people are asking, it's like, oh, well, are we going to get Dark Souls easy mode? And it's like, well, it kind of already is in there, because the game becomes vastly easier when you're willing to engage in multiplayer. So if you want to look at it, you have your base difficulty, you have your medium difficulty, which would be like, okay, going through things solo, going with a melee build, not using much magic, not using much miracles, because those give you all kinds of funky tricks and whatnot. And then easy mode is engaging much more heavily in multiplayer, and then hard mode is of course all kinds of various challenges that you can cook up for yourself, like, you know, only going through with your fists or something. Alright, you're just a creepy thing. And looping back around to this kind of decision that is like, okay, well, we're going to play with magic. We're going to play, you know, we're going to multiplayer often. The thing I like about it is because I have spent so much time playing through these games, I think at this point, you know, a lot of the ongoing value that you get from these games is in replay. Like there is a lot. Oh man, wait, am I trapped down here? Do I need to port out through the bonfire? It's in the replay value. You know, trying different things, trying other builds. Like there is a lot to sort of gain from that first time through, but you know, the long run, it comes in playing it again, trying a different build, trying a different path, you know, doing it faster, skipping things, doing plot lines that you didn't do, getting different endings. Nope, there's a path down. And could this be an illusion? I don't know. Actually, it looks like one. And simply by going through it this way, like, I can cover a lot of ground fast. And I like that. Because they're long games. You know, we're already 70 hours into this one. And we've been playing it the easy way. Like, these are long games. Cinder goop. Oh, I love buggy things on the ceiling. Alright. Drop down. Wonder if I can make that jump. Totally. And then roll into the pit. Saw that coming. Didn't see it coming enough to, like, not do it, but... Oh, it's... I remember you things. Okay. I am in a pit. But I avoided getting a crippling status ailment. Oh, this isn't good. Yeah, so these are all, I mean, people already know this, but these are all assets reused from Bloodborne, from the Chalice dungeons. So, um, it's kind of awful. Have I killed ODK yet? ODK. Um, let's just avoid actually needing to tangle with that Black Knight. So I should put some caveats on sort of how long it's taken me to get through. There have been a few times where I've just kind of left the game open for hours on end. I think all in all, that's probably going to add up to about 10 to 12 hours, probably. Um, Also, the funny thing about streaming the game is that you actually end up going through slower. Like I end up with, there's been a bunch of times over the course of streaming this throughout the year where I'll get into a mode where it's like, well, you know what, I don't want to make progress without um when I'm not streaming. So what I'll end up doing is I'll just sit there and I'll run around and like farm a bunch of crap and stuff like that. Man, this is already recycling geometry assets from like earlier in this level. And that ends up adding a bunch of time to it and stuff like that. Streaming is actually a really inefficient way of going through a game. You end up stopping to evaluate stuff, you second guess things, you behave differently on stream than you do when you're just, playing by yourself. All right, so there's magma. Blazing magma. This would be a good spot for the flash sword. Very efficient. Good show. Yeah, so just as part of the like going through, so when you're actually looking to make progress, this way of going through is faster. Streaming is slower. So, yeah. And just for the general purposes of, I guess, like the way that I approach the stream in and of itself, alters the way that I want to spend time on the game. Like, I think I'm more interested in, like, okay, well, let's get through the game, let's see the parts, let's see the story stuff, let's see the interesting areas. I'm far more interested in that when it comes to streaming than I am in the, like, hey, let's spend, you know, 3 hours trying to perfect a boss. You know, I don't really do high level play for the most part. I don't, or I mean high performance play. Uh, I don't really do like show offs or speed runs or things like that. Like, it's not. I mean, nothing against that. Like, it's great stuff. I mean, I spent tons of time last week watching AGDQ. It's just it's not my stream. That's not how I approach the stream. Finally got stairs back up. Wait. Sort of? Uh, oh, I hated the chalices. Oh. Blighttown. Oh, I love Blighttown. I love Blighttown for a very specific kind of reason. Blighttown is awful. Blighttown is soul crushing. Blighttown will actually kill your PlayStation. Um, but I love Blighttown because it really, really perfectly captures the entire uh, concept of how the Souls games want to try and approach their level design. You know, it's very vertical. It uses the spiral design. Uh, it takes forever to crawl through it the first time, and once you know its tricks, once you've personally figured out how to execute Blighttown, it takes minutes. So it's great because it's that entire design philosophy of, like, all right, it'll take you hours to peel it apart the first time, and then once you've got it, it's just, you can just blow through it in seconds. Um, are we at the ballista? Oh, we're close. I saw it turning to look at me. Yeah, it's totally turning to look at me. And I think this wall is going to collapse once it shoots it. A home bone. Alright. Even though I know Hidden Body doesn't do anything against the ballista, it's still a decent protection against getting jumped by other things. Alright. like them. Are you gonna get back up? Now that said, as far as magic tricks goes, all right. Oh, here we go. Is that it? Now it's just off. Flip a switch. I think that's it. Just flip a switch and it's off. Yep. Flip a switch and it's off. Okay. All right, let's go clean up. We got the wheelie skeletons. I almost said skeletons, and I should have. In retrospect, I should have said skeletons. The wheelie skeletons. That would have been the correct nomenclature. Please die in one hit. Yes. Excellent. Oh, how they're like, oh, we know you're kind of over here-ish, and then they just stop and stare at me because they can't see me. And then they die. All right. And it looks like you're just a bluff. Cool. Crabs are back up. So now I suspect I need... Well, okay, there's the rest of the lake that I need to explore. We're gonna use that. Gonna get Spook at the ready, because we're gonna be going down these platforms just in case there's items. It looks like the answer is no. No items. Strange. That's unusual for the way that they normally build this stuff. Okay, so down there, we know what's down there. We know there's a bunch of crabs over there. We had started working our way along this far wall when we noticed that hole, and we broke the hole open and fell down. So there's something way over there, which is either the path I came in or is something else. And we'll go find it, though maybe we should actually back up to maybe we should actually back up to a bonfire. The bonfire at the start of the lake, because I am down to 0 magical Estus, because we went a long way and Is there something? Oh, there's totally something behind here that you need to bait the ballista into shooting. I wonder what it is, and if it's worth it. Easiest way of doing that's gonna be go back to the shrine and then travel from the shrine, or I guess go to anything. The abandoned tomb. Any thoughts on Destiny? Like, Destiny is an ephemeral concept. I think Destiny is appealing to people because it feeds into a just world fallacy where the poor and woe-begotten are receiving what is owed to them, and the wealthy are also receiving what is owed to them. Or is that not the destiny that you were talking about? We're thinking about a different kind of destiny. Um, okay, hey there, giant ass worm. We are going to go invisible on you, and we are going to whip out our big ass spells, and we're going to start seeing how this feels. Felt good to me. Also, that got us a bone shard, and we picked up an Estus shard, and we picked up some ash, and we also picked up a pyromancy tome, not a tomb, pyromancy tome, and I think I might also have a Braille prayer book that I haven't used yet. Uh, did I already answer the question about Destiny? Destiny the game? I don't really have any. I've never played Destiny. I didn't pick it up. I never played it. None of my friends play it. Well, I guess a couple of a few of my friends play it, but none of my like local friends, and so no one who's easy to kind of get time zone wise, group wise, is a player. So none, like, my brother doesn't play. He's who usually gets me into various multiplayer games. He'll be like, "Hey, let's play this thing together." I'd be like, "Cool." And the timing tends to work out well most of the time, because it's like, well, there'll be family dinner, and then after dinner, it's like, "Hey, let's all go home and meet up online, and we'll play something." So, because of that, I have not played Destiny. Alright, so Foggate is Foggate. Obvious. There's an item up here and to the right. And I think I saw a... Yeah, alright. So large Titanite shard. And Good thing I checked down here. Another bonfire. And it looks like this is going back into the Izalith stuff. In fact, I think this is actually the other side of that room that I went through when I was complaining about how they were already starting to reuse assets from the same level. And that guy's got like no hit point. Ah! That apparently didn't matter. That or there were two of them. What was going on there? Was there two somethings? I don't know. I wasn't paying enough attention. There's also these fire spheres. Yeah, like I think I was down below in that room. And kind of worked my way around to that stuff. Alright. Dark Souls, but every sound is replaced with We're Number One, and every time you die, the resolution gets a little lower. The We're Number One idea is bad, but the resolution one is hilarious. Great Swamp. Cuculus? Are you... I feel like you're an NPC. Alright. So I don't get ganked. I'm actually going to back up to the fire. And then I'm going to refresh my drink real quick. And then I'm going to disappoint everyone by doing what I normally do, which is co-op this. Though I feel like there might not be too many people co-oping down here at the moment. So we'll see. I'll be back in... Oh, how many minutes will I be back in? Like 2, 3. Let's say 3. I did not, in fact, actually keep track of how long that was. Suicide Squad literally did nothing wrong. I escaped the gravitational pull of Suicide Squad this week. In that I got to rewatch 10 Cloverfield Lane, so I won and Suicide Squad lost. I did not have to rewatch. I did not have to rewatch Suicide Squad this week. I won. I won. Okay. Let's see who's hanging out, if anyone is. I feel like the answer is going to be no. I mean, there's some stuff around here. Like there's messages and whatnot. Praise brief respite, time for gesture, then visions of victory. Try trap. I wonder if I should just go for it. All right, 62,000 means I have one level worth of stuff. I could keep... I've been crawling attunement up to 40 purely because why not? What else am I going to spend it on? Julian Casablancas? No, I don't. I don't know. My favorite Talking Heads song, it's the one that I've been quoting for weeks now, that the name of just very suddenly like left my head. Oh, there we go. You know, that one. Wait, are they trying something? Is this something I don't know about? Are they doing a thing that I should be concerned about, or should I just kill this thing? Is this something special? I do so much damage. So, I may or may not have spent $15 on a gold-plated kazoo that's shipping from somewhere in the States. It was too weird. It was too stupid an item at too good a price. I mean, sure, $15 for a kazoo is extravagant, but I mean, it's still, at the end of the day, only $15. So, you know, there's that. Alright, what do we got? Old Demon King. Okay. Fire Breath. Takes plenty of damage. Wide Sweeping Swing. Big Heavy Smash. think he's got enough life that I probably can slash should slash what? Praise it. I don't think this is gonna be too bad. I don't think I'm even gonna need a human human partner. I think I can just let the get an AI. The thing about it, like, the weird thing is so it's apparently like left over from like the 60s. Like this company had a whole bunch of them back in the day, and then they went out of business because really, who can sustain a business when you're selling gold-plated kazoos? Like, but I'm curious. I'm actually like curious if it's going to have a like distinctly different sound, because so here you have the $1 plastic kazoo. And then you have the aluminum kazoo. So they are like, they sound differently. You do get a different sound out of different kazoos. So I'm curious what a gold-plated kazoo is going to sound like. Alright, we're just going to summon her. I don't really see any other summon signs popping up. Yeah, let's do this. And I got more than enough mana to just soul spear this. And good night, old Demon King. I don't even think, like, honestly, with that one, I didn't even need to summon the NPC. Like, I did so much damage to that guy, and he moves so slow that, yeah. Alright. Anything else in the room? Or is it just back down into the ruins? Wait, Seth Aranovich. Aren't you the person who's just been posting a book in my comments section line by line for the last like 3 days across like 6 different videos? Is that you? Or is that someone else with a similar name? Alright. Oh, I see what happened. There we go. This should get it all taken care of, but actually, it didn't. That totally hit her. Thing. But it didn't die. Okay. Oh, pretty sure that's coming to get me. Yeah, what book? I mean, your comments are basically automatically hidden on the channel because they were getting really weird. But I am kind of curious what book. Alright, that's causing me grief. That's just lining up a little too well with my spellcasts. Okay, so let's hide and... Ah, I should have seen that coming. But hey, it got me an undead bone shard, so yay, 2 flask upgrades. Okay, so I think I know where I am? Maybe? I don't know. Because, yeah, here's a grassy area. And I think this leads through to the stairs that are the back way up to the ballista? Because now I'm on this side of that little pit. Alright, before I spend like 80 hojillion hours wandering around down in this maze, if... Oh wait, no, this is a different grassy area full of rats with another illusory wall. Okay. But basically, is there another... Ooh. Oh, wait. Is that... Ooh. I mean, obviously we would be in the area roughly associated with Izalith in Dark Souls 1. I feel like the magma's instant death But this tells me that there's something that I need to do to get through here. I'm at 121,000 souls, so I'm not quite willing to just kind of jump into magma. Also, all the way back up at the beginning is... there was that pit I jumped across, and there was an item there, and there was a bunch of doors and stuff, and oh man, this area is huge, and it's made of assets I've already spent way too much time looking at. Because then, yeah, there's like 5 rats in here, and we just go in with flash sword and be like, yo, die rats, and the rats all die. And then down here is the basilisks. If there's a basilisk around the corner, there is. Okay, so I don't want to be down there. Scheme of things, I don't really know where I am in this maze, or where I need to get to. Let's go back up top here. I don't know if I killed everything down at this end of the room, so... Ha! And I definitely didn't. Alright. Piercing damage. How did that... what the heck? Are these guys... like, are they immune to piercing? Does it just not... that totally hit both of them. I'm not imagining things, am I? It went right through 2 of them. Well, what about... okay, so there's the maze. So there's still that lava area down at the bottom. There's all that magma, and there was items in there, and I don't just want to drop into the magma because I feel like what I would actually need to do is, like, I don't know, pull a switch or something, and it'll dump a bunch of water and cool the magma, or maybe I need to kill a boss, and maybe there's a boss further down from here. So get good is a dumb meme. That just drops me down onto these rats. Okay. Oh, I totally. So I studied French at school mandatorily. It was mandatory to learn French. All right, there's the drop down into the magma. Don't want to go there. And I didn't like it because I was a little pissant and needlessly contrarian and a bit bigoted. But then in high school, I switched over to German and I loved it. Actually, a little bit before that. So in junior high, I started studying other languages like that weren't French. I just kind of really hated French for no particularly well motivated reason. Um, and so I started reading like a lot of language books, so Latin, Japanese, and whatnot. And then I took German in high school, and actually, um, oh hey, look, you suckers are slowly creeping your way over to me. Uh, by the time I was like, I actually had my German fluency. Like, I took my fluency exam in the end of grade 11 because I actually wound up in a compressed curriculum where I wound up doing grade 11 and grade 12 German in 1 year. So, like, back to back. Um, and it was a huge block. I spent just, yeah, so much of my week was German. Yeah, so I took my fluency exam at the end of grade 11 and I passed, and I used to be able to like actually like read in German. Like, I've still got a bunch of German books, but then that was almost 17 years ago now. Actually, no, that was 17 years ago, right? Because that was end of grade 11, so that was before I graduated. And then in university, I took some linguistics classes, and so I'm always interested in learning languages and studying languages. It's just a matter of retaining them due to use. So I had my fluency, but I've lost almost all of my vocabulary purely because, if you're not actually speaking it and you're not practicing it, you lose it pretty quick. Uh, I'm pretty sure, like, if I went, you know, to Germany and stayed for like 6 months, it would probably all come back eventually, just through like, it's buried in there somewhere. But yeah, ride the stones, don't go to lava, don't what? I don't know what to do about that. And then this is gonna be a pit down into the lava, and I don't want to take that because that's just gonna be death. That's magma. Um, is there another boss down here, or is this just a maze full of items? I guess that's the question. Is am I actually Also, how do you get those items? Does anyone know how you get those items? How you cool that magma? Ride the lava stones. Flash sweat, flamestone plate ring, lots of Estus. Okay, so just tank your way through it. That does indeed sound like it would be the answer. And I could actually conceivably do that. Maybe. I mean, because ring, so it's just go to flamestone. Yeah, so fire damage absorption. You know what? Let's try it. Or wait. Yeah, I should be able to cast Flash Sweat. I've got enough. Now, does Profuse Sweat... Eh. I should probably clear my way down here just because I'm going to have to go back out. Actually, wait. No, I'm not going to go back out. Not strictly speaking. I'm going to get the stuff, get back to shore, and then just use my coiled sword thing, teleport, home bone. Man, they should have just called it home bone. Why didn't they call it home bone? What a missed opportunity. And that's down to the basilisks. I don't want to go that way. I want to go this way past the giant rat. I'm gonna die to these rats, aren't I? I'm gonna die of my own stupidity. Oh god, die, you stupid rats. That was... I am not good at video games. I don't know why I pretend. And, okay, not there. Not, wait, no? What? I'm lost. Again. Because that's down to the basilisks. So I don't want to go that way. Why is this maze so confusing? And then this just turns a corner to... How can I not find the doorway? And now this is a room full of stuff that I didn't actually clear because I was being cocky. Double tap. All right. It's by Quilana's body. Okay. Quilana's body is down. Not this way. But I'm gonna have to take... maybe if I run away, it'll stop following me. Hopefully. That'll force it to drop. Okay, Quilana's body is by the big hole in the ground. Quilana's body's right there. Here we go. There we go. Okay. 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 Alright, we're gonna have these things pop out first. Alright, where's your friend? There you are. I think I see a couple more deeper in. Yeah. Alright, we got 6 Estus Flask. We're gonna back away just a bit while we get sorted out. Oh, I do have my flame already equipped, so... But I need the ring equipped. We actually want that in this case, and... You know what, let's switch to Dragon Crest ring. So Flamestone Plate ring, Flash Sweat, and lots of Estus. And then I faffed about a bunch. No, 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 no. Ah, almost. I should have rolled instead of trying to... Alright. We'll get the souls. I think we got all the items, though. You know, actually this time, I really actually properly don't need... Also, in retrospect, I should have just done the original plan, which was the moment that I got that second item, I should have just popped my home bone. Okay, not this way. Will be a left. There will be a couple rats to my left. One there, 2 here. Then we want to go left to her. And now we find out how deep in here my souls are. All the way back there. Okay. Alright. You know, let's actually move that to... Or, no, we'll just go with a home bone. Okay. No, crap, crap. Ah, there they go. That did not pick up. Ow! That makes that easy. Alright, now we don't need to worry about it. Oh, back to... No, so Flash Sweat plus the ring maxes out your fire resist. You can't get any more. Speaking of the ring. I mean, you could put on more fire resistant armor, but it's not going to do anything.
Careful.
It's only 2 levels. Ooh, we got 2. Oh wait, I guess I should see what else he actually got from that first one. Okay, learn pyromancies. Not new, not new. So Great Chaos Fire Orb. And... Wait, do I not have... Oh no, I never bought Acid Surge because it doesn't do anything. And then Chaos Storm. And that's not new. Karthus Beacon, damage increase, also not new. Flame Arc. Alright. Here you go. Fire Whip. And Firestorm. And Rapport. Cool. I can't cast any of them anymore. I don't think. Actually, I could cast these. Yeah. Alright. When I get some souls again, I'll grab those. I guess I could spend my boss souls and stuff, since I got so many of them, and I never use them. I thought I had another tome for you.
Champion of Ash, may your
Didn't I? Well, I mean, clearly I don't, because I can't give her one, so... So that answers that. I must have found one, but already gave it to her. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Okay, well, in theory, I'm missing an undead bone shard. Okay, alright. I'm gonna cheat and look something up purely because I need to refresh my memory. And waiting for chat to try to explain it would take forever. I just need to, okay. B6. Where the hell is this? X. A. What? Okay. So there's a lift on the other side of this door. Wait, did I talk to the guy in the Abyss Watcher's room? Which guy in the Abyss Watcher's room? Maybe. Maybe? I don't know. We will check that in a second. Okay, so there's a lift on the other side of this door that I haven't gotten to, and I'm looking at this map, and it's like, what? Where? What? This is very confusing. Okay. Where's the... No. The problem with vertical level design is that it's really kind of confusing at times or it's difficult to map out in a coherent way. Covetous Gold Serpent Ring. The lift is at the giant's feet. Not the best way of handling that, but it worked. Can I get 3 of you? 3? Give me 3. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. I didn't even have target lock on that. Okay. I didn't need to kill them at all. I know I didn't need to kill them, but I felt vengeful because I hate them. Now we just need that to avoid fall damage because the giant's already dead. And then I think I can safely fall here. I mean, minus the, like, 8 jillion rats. Oh, I don't do enough damage to kill them in one. Oh, that's bad. I thought I was right on the edge there. Alright. Flash sword. Come on. Cast it, please. Is that enough to... Flash sword should be enough to do them in one. 280, yeah, instead of 279. Only like 1 point difference. Like garbage. I saw you coming. Now we spend 5 minutes getting swarmed by rats. As they just pour out of these various holes. that it? Any more rats? I don't think I ever... No, I have come... Okay, so that ladder takes you all the way back up. So I've been here. But I did not go through this door. Die. Stupid rats. Stay dead. And stop coming out. There's too many of you. There are 5 too many rats in this room. Okay. I think that's literally that. That was so anticlimactic. That was really kind of pointless. There was no real reason to do that. So, let's see travel. Okay. Ludwig's Gundyr, done. Champion Gundyr. Vort. Dancer. Oysteros. Wait, is there seriously no boss in here? Oh, wait, no. Pit of Hollows. Yeah. Pit of Hollows. That's the giant rotted tree. Crystal Sage. Abyss Watchers. And people were saying there's something to talk to here. Maybe. I got kinda yeah, alt open a shortcut I'll never use. For real. But now, so the thing is that, I mean, I'm definitely going to play this game again. And now that I know, I can actually make use of that next time instead of just constantly looking at that door being like, where the hell do you go? I have done some of the side quests. I haven't done some of the longer ones. Okay, here's a... Oh, Hawkwood. You have a bit too much Estus, Hawkwood. You have way too much Estus, Hawkwood. That's mildly absurd. Okay. Wait, what? Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone now belongs to the champion. He took my Torso Stone. You asshole. I want my Torso Stone back. That's mine. How many frickin' times can this guy chug an Estus flask? Like, seriously, how many times? This is mildly ridiculous. And I know the answer, or like the solution, is probably going to be like, oh, well, you got to use the Estus suppression thing. Or maybe I've just got to get him, like, ping him kind of low. And then once he's getting ready to Estus, just nuke him. Like this. Screw you, Hawkwood. We were friends. We were pals. $15? Oh, jeez. That's... actually, wait. I guess I could do 14 if I really went for it. Okay. Deacons, Rosaria, Wolnir, Old Demon King. Is there anything else down here in the catacombs? Great with Christmas Age, Biswire, Deacon, Wolnir, Demon King, Pontiff, Aldrich, Yorm, Dragon Slayer, Twin Princes. No, I think that's it. I think that is well and truly actually it. I don't have the DLC at the moment. Wait, elevator in the corner? Wait, there's an elevator in the corner? Did Nameless King. Double Sullivan's Beasts for Ring of Favor. I don't know about that. Oh, the elevator in the corner of the old wolf room. Yeah, I went up to the top of the bridge. Like, yeah, there's the, Oh, what's up there? Wait, Did I kill it? I think I killed it. When you were saying elevator in the corner, I thought you meant of this room. I'm pretty sure because it's a not Taurus demon. It's a shrine demon, isn't it? I think it's dead. Nameless King is dead. Stray demon. I think the stray demon is dead. I think I was able to do that on my own at some point way back when. But I mean, that was ages ago. That was when I was first going through the swamp. Because, yeah, this elevator's in the up position, so... Illusory wall in the room before the Archer Silver Knights, but after the purple twin weapons guy after Pontiff. That is a ridiculous sounding reference there. Oh, wait, no, okay, there is actually something in that area that I know I haven't done. That after Pontiff, you kind of go up and around, and there's a room, you know, kind of down a bit. All right, so I'm pretty sure Stray Demon is dead. We'll find out in a second here if he jumps on me. And either way, I mean, there's an item there that I didn't grab for some reason. Oh. Oh. Because Stray Demon shows up here, doesn't he? Or is he down at the gate? I don't remember, but he's up here, and he's not showing up, and I don't think he's going to show up. I think Stray Demon's dead. Did my audio, my VU meters say my audio's fine. Yeah, the other end of the bridge is lizards and stuff like that. And unless there's something new that's popped up there, like Havel's set, then I don't know. But I do know. Okay, so I want to go to Pontiff. There's lag on the game? Or you mean lag in general? I thought I had all of my audio delays figured out, but I might not. I really need to rope someone into actually sitting there in an afternoon, and we'll go through them with a fine-tooth comb. Okay. Or wait, no, I did check this out. Okay, I'm being an idiot. Because originally I didn't go through this door, but I already backed up and came through here, and then okay, no, I'm done. All right, so we're just going to go to the we're going to the kiln. Nothing to see, nothing to do. I'm sure there's a couple other like random bits and bobs that I've not found, various items in faraway corners, and I mean, because I'm short one Estus shard, or no, one undead bone. It looks like because I'm assuming you can get your flask to +10 on a single run through. But a special weapon I might like. Secret shortcut in boss room. What's the weapon? +15 single run. Or 15 flask shards, 10 undead bone shards. So I've got, and you start with what, 1? Yeah, you start with 1. So I'm at 13 because I've got 7 and 7. So that would mean that I'm short 2 flask shards and 1 undead bone shard. It lets you cast and stab. That does sound tasty. All right. Is it going to be wait. The one behind the grave next to Yorshka's church? No, I'm pretty sure I got that one. Yeah. No, there's a bunch of, so basically you're saying there's a bunch of faffing around type stuff that I could still totally kind of find, and I'll hunt those around. I feel like people are getting, this is what I say when I mean, or this is what I mean when I say that you behave differently on stream, is that I feel like running around poking walls trying to find secrets via the guidance of chat. I feel like that's boring for a lot of people and somewhat obnoxious. So I get really self-conscious about doing it. And all right, so we're in the shrine. Sort of. Got light coming through up there. That bloom makes my glasses feel dirty. I have this like instinct to take off my glasses right now and wipe them, because that bloom effect is like, oh, I got grease on my glasses or something. Okay.
Damn, this silly ragdoll cat has been sleeping on my lap.
Oh, okay. Before we go to the first flame, we're going to stare at the dark sign and Amy break. Why do they call the breed a ragdoll? She's just like looking around. Yawn, big yawn. Oh, there we go. Yep. Does not care. Does not care. Alright. If I put you there, are you just gonna stay? It looks like she's just gonna stay and clean her paws. Oh, she's only like we think 12 weeks. Yeah, she's only 3 months old. She's still a kitten. Um, we think slash we kind of hope she ends up being a little on the smaller side for a ragdoll. I don't want a 20-pound cat. Even a 12-pound cat would be like a lot. That's a lot of cat. All right. Oof. Okay. So we're getting another one of those fights with... That forward roll that the game apparently saved was the wrong move. I will love a 20-pound cat regardless. No, a lot of ragdolls get the point markings, the Siamese point markings. All right, flash sword's gonna be... Oh, come on. Homing crystal, soul spear. That's gonna hurt. Alright, so that one's the tricky one for kiting this guy. Oh. Come on. Got him. That's why you play as a mage. That is why you play as a mage. All right. The age of man is over. It's the darkness's turn. Oh, oh, oh. Uncoiling kitty. You're not here. Support yourself. Support yourself, cat. No, I'm not gonna kill her right now. I know you can, but I'm not going to. I can reload and do that. Oh wait, no, I would have had to have backed up my save. But we're just gonna let the darkness. We're gonna let the darkness take us. So, my Spanish is not good. My Spanish is not good. So no, I don't really speak Spanish. So why usurp the darkness? Why take or the flame? Why extinguish the flame? The canonical ending of Dark Souls 1, air quote on canonical, given the very loose sort of structural canon of these games, is that so Dark Souls 1 takes place basically at the end of an Age of Fire, and you can choose to either prolong it or usher in the darkness. And now the start of Dark Souls 2 is the end of an Age of Darkness and the beginning of the Age of Fire. So with the cyclical nature of the games and the overarching storyline, I feel that the potential future canonical ending of Dark Souls 3, assuming they do a 4, is an Age of Darkness. So That's why I chose to go that route with this. Is one of the things, and I've talked about this in the previous streams as well, is that one of the things I enjoy engaging with in these games is the idea, like in their plot, or rather what they have so much as it constitutes a plot, or what it alludes to as the structure of a plot, is this idea that they present that, preserving the Age of Fire is not in and of itself an inherently good thing. Because the longer and longer the Age of Fire goes on, like there's this sense that you're always coming to it at a time when the Age of Fire has been prolonged far past whenever it should have been. That the status quo as you enter into Dark Souls 3 is that the Age of Fire was actually supposed to end like a long time ago, and people took drastic measures to preserve the status quo, and as a result of that, things have just gotten worse. So that's now, if you look at that with the ushering in the Age of Darkness, the Firekeeper still says that it's like, in the future, there will be embers dancing on the horizon. So there is kind of this question that it's like, yeah, it does continue to be cyclical. Now, if we're going to translate this over into real world philosophies, which I wouldn't recommend, it is something that is interesting to think about, but this is not a philosophy that I would necessarily share in the real world. I do not think that burning down the world as we currently have it, purely because it's gotten, too old, that is not a good decision. We are not locked to a cyclical fate. We can, in fact, willingly and cooperatively alter our fates, alter our direction. So, yeah. Yes, and there is also that idea that your choice, it doesn't really matter, the world is inevitably cyclical. So, yeah. Well, now here's the dividing line on that idea, that it's like, okay, did the American election prove that we are in fact doomed to repeat ridiculous, horrible, awful decisions? In a vague sense, perhaps. Like, it showed that we do not in fact have judgment, and history is not in fact a constant march towards a better world. However, I do not share the opinion that some have of assigning a sort of metaphysical fate to it. That we are not, like, that Trump was not an inevitability. Trump was not a mystical doom. It was entirely possible for people to make different decisions that would have led to a different outcome. If James Comey had some bad sushi 2 days earlier and spent that weekend with it just coming out both ends instead of writing his letter to Congress, how different would things be? And I think it does. It comes down to human decisions. And it is not a doom thing. It is not an inevitability. It is perhaps a statistical. It may feel like a statistical inevitability that people will, given enough opportunities, make truly awful decisions that hurt everything. And I'm going to say no. I'm going to stay on new game so that I can run around and maybe find some of that stuff. So I think it may feel like a statistical inevitability, but I don't think it is a actual inevitability. So, yeah. Where would I place Dark Souls 3 in the scope of things? I think I very much enjoy it. Bloodborne is still number one. I don't know. Okay, here's a curious way of trying to rank these, and I think there's a hazard in trying to rank these games in that you need to consider a bunch of different things. So in terms of like trying new things, now the thing with Dark Souls 3 is that it tries very little that's new, and that's not a bad thing. In fact, that's really not a bad thing because refining, like if there's anything that you could say about the Souls games is that they kind of have a problem, that they have had problems in the past with not spending enough time refining their better parts, and that they do get a little bit obsessed with just trying new things. You know, they get very experimental at times, and that's good, and that's a big reason why people like them. You know, it's great that they do get so experimental in places, but at the same time, it's like, all right, you could have. There's a few rough patches you could have, you know, maybe filed over instead. So in that regard, Dark Souls 3, where it doesn't really aggressively try a whole lot that's new, but focuses instead on really trying to, like, on refining the better parts of the previous games and really bringing them all together into a single sort of nostalgia trip type experience. Like, I think that's really good. But you know, I think Dark Souls 1 still holds up incredibly well. Dark Souls 2, I admire for a lot of the things that it tries. I admire its gusto, but it's also, you know, the movement and the combat is really floaty, and a lot of the bosses are fairly unmemorable, even if the like gameplay itself is quite fun. I still say that Dark Souls 2 really hit the super sweet spot with their multiplayer mechanics, and I wish they'd pulled a few more of them forward for Dark Souls 3. I wish you did have a lot more, you know, that whole like, hey, if you hit a point in a multiplayer match, you can then, you know, you get the rewards as though you had visited a bonfire. I think that was fantastic. That was great. Made it super good to engage in multiplayer, and super rewarding for players like me. Bloodborne is so good. It's so good. It's got it all. It has the best combat. It has the best tuning. The narrower, you know, sort of scope of what players can do. I mean, a lot of people have spent plenty of time complaining about this in chat about how it's like, hey, playing a sorcerer kind of short circuits a lot of things. And you know, the fact that they need that with the Dark Souls games, they need to accommodate to a degree that many different ways that a player can approach a character means that the bosses do end up just generally being a little bit more straightforward. They do fewer things. So Bloodborne ends up, you know, with its much more constrained player capability or player character capabilities, it ends up having super aggressive bosses, really cool bosses, really complex bosses, and it's great. Bloodborne is amazing, fantastic. It also has the best chalice dungeons. Okay, chalices were a bad idea. Chalices were a bad idea. Um, so I don't know. I could sing the praises of all of them. Uh, I'm definitely gonna play Dark Souls 3 again. I like that. I definitely want to try it with a couple different character types. Maybe go through it a little bit more aggressively. I still kind of, I'm not. The one thing in these series that I have never been super hyped about is the NPC side quests and how ridiculously easy they are to break. Yeah. Dark Souls doesn't need a remaster. Like it really doesn't. In fact, I think if they did a remaster of Dark Souls, they would more than likely screw things up. The only thing, actually, sorry, I wouldn't mind seeing a straight port of Dark Souls to the PS4 purely so that Blighttown doesn't drop to like 8 frames per second. But the thing is I don't know if the engine would be compatible purely because of the PS3's weird cell processor, and so there would be all kinds of different changes they would make, and they would undoubtedly be like, oh well, let's try and get 60 FPS out of that, and it would totally screw with a whole bunch of mechanics that just would not work anymore. As a result. Did I read an article about players who are extensively exploring chalice dungeons in order to figure out everything they can be? No, I didn't. That I don't know. I don't like. What do you mean everything that they can be? Like every possible variant of the chalice dungeons? Like they're trying to like reverse engineer the dungeon generation algorithm? Because that sounds fun. Let's see, best boss. Huh. Dancer's pretty cool. Dancer's a pretty cool boss. I didn't dislike the rotting tree as much as a lot of people did. A lot of people do. Crystal Sage is kind of easy, but I thought it was a really cool fight. Abyss Watchers is pretty cool. I had a lot of fun with Deacons. Deacons are kind of dumb. They're not a... They're kind of a stupid fight, but I like them. Wolner had his problems. Pontiff was really cool. Aldrich was a wicked fight. Didn't like Yorm. Yorm was a little too gimmicky. Twin Princes is a neat fight. Nameless King's pretty cool. I don't know what I would say was my favorite, though. I don't know, I feel like Dancer is the one that made the biggest impression. Like, if I just kind of sit and think, like, okay, what bosses instantly come to mind, and it would be Dancer, Pontiff, and Deacons, actually. Strangely. In a weird way, those are the three that I think have the most traction in my brain. Yeah. That might sound, I don't know, that feels a little strange that those would be the ones that kind of stick with me, but yeah. The best starting point in the Souls universe. Oh. Um I'd say 3 actually. Yeah. I would say that 3 is probably the best starting point in the Souls universe at the moment. Like if you can't do Bloodborne, like if you've got an X-Bone and you can't do Bloodborne, then I would say Dark Souls 3. Um, Dark Souls 1 is really good and really ambitious and is a brick freaking wall until you just kind of, it has a very, very steep hump to get over. Uh, from So it does a decent job at leading you into the Undead Burg to start, and you get through that, and that goes well, and you get up to the bell tower, and then you either know what you're doing and have a good sense of where you need to go, or you're going to spend about an hour trying to figure out where to go, and then you're going to stop playing for 8 months. Is what's going to happen with Dark Souls 1. So 3 would probably be the best entry point. And if 3 really grabs you, then I would say back up to the others, back up to like Dark Souls 1 and maybe Dark Souls 2. And or if you want, go to Dark Souls 1 and be do not feel ashamed of approaching Dark Souls 1 with a guide. Uh, that was actually what I needed to do to kind of eventually get over that hump, because I'd started it like 3 times and always hit sort of the same area and just kind of started to feel lost and directionless, and like you'd go one way and you'd get one shot by mobs, and you'd go another way and it just kind of felt wrong, and it took a while to really kind of unravel it. And it wasn't until I was like, you know what, screw it, if I get stuck, I'm just going to look it up. And don't be ashamed of that. Don't feel that you need to figure it out. Dark Souls 1 is a inscrutable game. It tells you very little, and there's a lot that they learned in the subsequent games, particularly Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, about how to maybe sand off some of the harder or some of the worse aspects of like guiding the player through things. So yeah, that would be what I'd say there. Um, Yeah, Dark Souls 1 fails hard in the early game. It's a game that wants you to explore but has a linear first 3 hours. The other problem is that, um, so you get the intro. The intro is really linear. It does a good job of leading you up to the Burg, and the Burg kind of introduces a lot of ideas about like needing to branch out. But then the thing is that it sort of explodes into 1,000, like instead of going like, okay, you've got one path, now you've got 3 paths, and they're all kind of the same, and maybe you want to come back. It's like you've got one path, you've got one path, you've got 800 paths. So the explosion in like how many different ways, like how many different places there are to go, it ramps up super fast. all of a sudden, and it's a little overwhelming, and because they are far from equal with one another, and this actually creates a few well-known problems, in particular that there's an entire area, there's a entire two bosses in the game that you're meant to, or they're, so there's this boss named Pinwheel. He is infamous as one of the dumbest, stupidest, worst bosses in the entire series ever. And Pinwheel, the problem with Pinwheel is you're supposed to fight him around level 30 or so. But because of where he's placed, it's really easy to forget that he's even down there. In fact, it's really easy to not even notice that he's down there because... So from the Firelink Shrine, there's a graveyard just kind of off to the side. And now you get dumped into the Firelink Shrine around level 10, 15. 10. Let's call it level 10. You get dumped into the Firelink Shrine around level 10, and you then have this area with these skeletons, and these skeletons are going to wreck you at level 10. You will spend forever like kiting one of them to death, and then it will get back up. And it's like, okay, so what you kind of learn there is to stay away from the graveyard until like forever later. So you don't go back to the graveyard until you like really need to. And now there's a cave in the graveyard that is in a spot where, so you're on the edge of a cliff, and I kind of want to, if it wouldn't kind of crash my my capture card, I would totally just switch over and show this. In fact, is it plugged in? You know what? I might try. Anyway, so there's these stairs that go down, but the thing is that you don't even realize that they're stairs that wrap around the cliff until you're like walking kind of right up to the edge. So if you're standing back, or you're kind of running past because you're avoiding skeletons that are going to just wreck you, you don't even notice that there is in fact a cave down there that you can go into. So you're supposed to go down there around level 30. But because of all of these kind of compounding problems, you're likely not going back until like level 80. And so when you do go back, you get to Pinwheel, and instead of being a so-so difficulty fight that lasts about, 4 minutes long, he ends up being a 0 difficulty fight that lasts about 45 seconds. Because you're 40 levels, 50 levels higher than him. So yeah, there's some issues. There are definitely some world navigation issues in Dark Souls 1. But ultimately the thing that it's attempting to do of having this really basically a single large cohesive world that is interlocked in just dozens of different ways, that's something that's actually really hard to design, and it's really impressive what they managed to do. It's just, it causes a lot of problems for new players, but counter to that, it manages to do something that you can't do unless you kind of throw that sort of learning curve at your players. So and the thing is, so once you, I guess there's always the chance that you did randomly, that you just happened to wander into the graveyard at the appropriate level, and of course, once you know about it, and this is sort of the thing about Dark Souls 1, is Dark Souls 1 was really built for your second playthrough. Ultimately, it was built for... It wasn't built for your first playthrough. Your first playthrough is the process of just learning how the world interlocks and like where bosses are even located. Dark Souls 1 really doesn't actually start until your second playthrough, and then all of these like complex interwoven mechanics and the complex interwoven levels, that's when they start to actually like pay off. It's a very, very long seed process that they've got. And to repeat myself, like it's something that is really challenging for new players, but it also achieves a level of reward that wouldn't be possible if you weren't that demanding. Because none of the other ones actually have even tried. Bloodborne kind of came close, but even it did not go to the same level of like, okay, you can sequence break in just absurd ways. So yeah, it's a complex sort of relationship, and I can understand why they didn't try to repeat it, both because it's super difficult on the design side to make something that complex, and also because it is really intimidating to players. So I'm glad they did it for at least one game because it's super cool, but I won't be surprised if we never see something like that again. Yeah, I guess, and the other sort of issue with Pinwheel, there's a lot of issues with Pinwheel. Even at level appropriate, he's not super challenging. Um, he would still be he is still a middling boss if you do approach him at an appropriate level. And the other problem is that if you do go in and you beat him at level 30, well, you don't have the Lord Vessel yet, so you just hit a gold wall that you can't pass, and you really kind of gain nothing out of it. So it's just like, all right, later, sucker. Oh, you know what? Why not? Let's go do some boring crap. I'm wondering if this would actually... Isn't this actually faster from Anor Londo? Yeah. Yeah, Dark Souls 1, it was really, really almost too aggressively designed with the idea of, that you would be making use of notes, like that you would be online, that there would be notes, that there would be guidance, that there would be other players you could summon, that there would be just all of these systems in place. Also, being well aware of the fact that it's like, okay, you're going to be online. You're going to have a wiki that you can consult. You're going to be looking stuff up. You're going to be talking with your friends. You're going to be asking people on forums. Like it's so inscrutable, specifically because it was meant to be approached as a communal exercise. And there are pros and cons to that. Like the end product ends up being, really, really cool as a result, but it's also, you know, inscrutable. Okay, so there's a spot here that I've never dropped down onto. And I'm just gonna keep spamming my invisibility so that I don't get shot to crap by... by these Silver Knights. And that way's death. That's okay. I guess onto the roof. Wait. Walk right past the hidden wall, looking for the hidden wall. Alright, I'll go back. Downstairs. Archered. Where the heck is it? It's in the building with the stairs that lead you up to... It's in the building with the stairs. Okay, so it's in this building. Oh, is it that wall there that has the invisible wall notification? Being a mage is awesome. I highly recommend it. It's great because you can circumvent difficulty. Death ahead. Alright, light the bonfire. And a deep gem. Now I'm missing a couple things. Yeah, man, it's awesome. I highly recommend playing as a mage. It's way less stressful than like everything else. The best part about it is that you get comments on YouTube when people are rewatching your stream and they'll just be like, "Stop summoning people." And you'll just be like, "LOL, why?" And they'll be like, just don't do it. It's bad." You'll be like, "Why is it bad?" They'll be like, "Because it is. You're playing wrong." No one knows if I exhausted the old Demon King before killing it. I have no idea what that means. I did not know there was an exhausting thing. So here's actually kind of the thing about mages in the Souls games, and this is what I discovered, is that they take a while to pay off, but when they pay off huge, and it's awesome, and it's a ton of fun. Like, I know that this is maybe not like the most dynamic thing to watch, but you know, that right there, that was fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed being able to like be invisible and just walk up to that giant and evaporate it. But it does take a long time to pay off. Like, you got to get a lot of spell books. You got to kind of struggle through a lot of areas where, you know, your spells just aren't doing a lot of damage, and you got to kite a lot of things a very long way. And you can end up in some pretty bad positions, and anytime you get invaded by someone, you're probably going to die. But you also get a lot of really cool tricks, and you get a lot of really fun spells, and you get to do a lot of damage. And if you enjoy co-op, you get to help people in ways that like they didn't even realize they wanted to be helped. Like, they're sitting outside Pontiff and it's taken 20 tries, and they're like, "Screw it, I'll summon someone." And then I come in and I'm just like, "Yo, Pontiff, boom, eat it." And I saw off a solid 15% of his health in a single hit. And the person who summoned me is like, "Whoa." And their minds just blown. And then I get to sit here and be like, "Yeah, that's right. That was me. I'm the one who did that." So, yeah, I highly recommend support Sorcerer at some point. Or just Sorcerer in general. I really, really want to try one. I've got a Dark Souls 2 game going where I'm going like Heavy Faith, and it's really like Heavy Faith and a two-handed weapon. It's a gameplay, it's a play style that I have never done before, and it's incredibly taxing on me. So, have I tried a sorcery build in New Game Plus 3 or higher? Dark Souls 1. However, the caveat there is that my character is a finesse sorcery build. So whenever things get rough with the sorceries, I just switch back to the finesse, and largely it revolves around using hidden body to sneak up on stuff and backstab them for like 80 trillion damage. Yeah. Yeah, I got the ring. I think I got the ring. Inventory. Melee weapon, callus, shields, head, chest, hands, legs, arrows, rings. Yeah, there's the Ring of Favor. Then there was something. Wait, was there 2 rings, or there's just the 1 ring? The Ring of Favor and Protection, Ring of, or is it just? Is there a second ring? I don't know. Wait, Ring of Favor and Protection was its old name, wasn't it? And yes, some bosses are designed to wreck a solo sorcerer. So, for example, in this game, the best example of that would be good old... Where is he? Good old Oseros, the Consumed King. Heavy resistance to sorcery. Yeah, he was rough. So it took a while, and in fact, I do think I wound up having to stab him to death very, very slowly in the end. I did that. Man, stream would have loved that, watching me spend like 2.5 hours on this guy. That's what Dark Souls streamers get off on. It's like watching someone just smash their face against a single boss all evening. I don't get it. I get it. I do get it. It's just it's different. I wish parry. Actually, there's one of the things that I think they could have done better here is the parries. Parries are so good in Bloodborne, but it didn't quite translate because again it goes back to that whole notion of how the player, like expectations of how the player is engaging with the game itself, because visceral strikes are core to basically every character type that you're going to build in Bloodborne. You know, it's like main mechanic. You know, the only characters that don't use visceral strikes in some capacity are like really weird late game builds that people have put together because they're on their like 17th playthrough and they're bored. But because otherwise it is so core to the game, you know, there's this really clear expectation of like, okay, bosses can be visceral. Almost every enemy can be visceral. These, you know, the vast majority of them can, and a lot of things end up revolving around that mechanic or building it in. And it's not as well structured in Dark Souls 3. It's just parrying. It's like, okay, if you get a parry off, then you get a critical hit. But there isn't the rally mechanic is the thing. So there's less weight on it, and because it's like, well, you might be playing an archer, you might be playing a completely different kind of character that isn't going to parry at all, you might be playing a sorcerer, whatever. So it's less core, so they spent less time ensuring that it's like well developed. And yeah, I really there's the one rally. I really super wish that they had brought rally forward. Rally is a brilliant mechanic. So, oh, if you almost never used viscerals, then I'd say that's on you. Because here's the the game is designed with them as a core, even if you don't engage with it. Like, it is so persistent through the game, the fact that so many bosses can be have visceral strike mechanics built into them. I mean, the number of bosses in Dark Souls 3 that have a parry mechanic are Abyss Watchers. Let's see. Gundyr doesn't. Champion Gundyr doesn't. Vort doesn't. Dancer doesn't. Oisros doesn't. The tree definitely doesn't. Crystal Sage doesn't. Abyss Watchers do. Deacons, technically, I guess, but they don't count in this regard. Wolner doesn't. I don't know. Demon King might have. I doubt he did. He didn't seem like he did. He had a stagger stage, but that's different. Pontiff doesn't. Aldrich doesn't. Yorm doesn't. Princes doesn't. Nameless King doesn't. The Dragon Rider doesn't. There's like one boss in this game that you can even parry. Gundyr does? Okay, there you go. 4. You can parry Pontiff? Okay, then I've just never seen anyone actually pull it off. And I've fought Pontiff like 20 times at this point. So but you're still looking at like one boss twice, 3, 4. So both Gundyrs, the Abyss Watchers, Pontiff, and First Flame. Like that's 5 bosses. So it's just, I mean, in contrast, the number of Bloodborne bosses that like do not have a visceral condition is 3, 4. So yeah, no, like it's just it is significantly less core than viscerals, because the thing about viscerals is that it's not just a parry. Like this is I guess getting to kind of the core of it, is that visceral is not just a parry. Like it fills the space of both a parry and a critical strike, and that a parry opens up a critical, but the ways to trigger it are varied, and the payoff of doing a visceral are significantly different than just getting a critical strike in Dark Souls 3. And the other thing that I found, and this was actually kind of really frustrating, is you would get things that would go into the, they were reusing skeletons from Bloodborne, and so things would go into the visceral strike vulnerable animation, and then you'd run up to them and it wouldn't behave right. And that was disappointing. That was sad. And yeah, no, I don't. I think viscerals they should have brought forward. Rally they really should have brought forward. Rally is amazing. So, I don't think there's anything meaningful left to do on this save file. I mean, there's clearly a couple collectibles that I've missed behind, like at the bottom of cliffs or whatever. But at this point, I don't even know where I would go about finding them, unless I wanted to do just the really boring thing of like looking up a complete list and just checklisting them. And that would be on par with watching someone collect feathers in Assassin's Creed 2. You'd be like, hey, who wants to watch me collect feathers? We're going to be jumping from rooftop to rooftop for the next 4 hours. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah, Bloodborne didn't have a shield mechanic, and it was amazing for it. It was really cool. So, oh, we finished. We actually, for those of you who are just getting here, I'm sorry. We actually finished about 20 minutes ago. and then just ran around and grabbed a couple items that I'd missed. So we usurped the flame and ushered in an age of darkness. And so the age of man is over. The age of fire is also over. And I think I'm actually going to check my trophies just to see. All forms of infusion. Okay, so that's weapons. Acquire all sorceries. Now this one, that one I am actually concerned about, because damn if I didn't work hard on getting a whole bunch of sorcery stuff. And I thought, so these are pyromancies, so they don't count for that one. So I've got those.
Stay safe.
Have I've got all of those. I don't know which ones I'm missing. I love how much people hate that I'm playing a sorcerer. 1 or 2 spells are from ranking up in covenants. All right, so let's see. Because I've got Sage's Scroll, check. Golden Scroll, check. Logan's Scroll, check. Crystal Soul, check. Crystal hit. So going down. Soul Arrow, Great Soul Arrow, Heavy Soul Arrow, Great Heavy, Farron, Great Farron, Farron Hail, Homing Soul Mass, Homing Crystal Soul Mass, Crystal Hail, Soul Spear, Crystal Soul Spear. I've got all these. White Dragon Breath I have, because you get that off of Oysteros. Soul Stream. In the Grand Archive behind a hidden room with a Boreal Knight. Soul Stream. I don't have that one. Soul Great Sword have, Farron Flash Sword have, Magic Weapon, Great Magic Weapon, Crystal Magic Weapon, Magic Shield, Great Magic Shield, Spook, Oral Decoy, Pestilent Mercury, Cast Light, Repair, Hidden Weapon, Hidden Body, Chameleon? Twisted Wall of Light, Deep Soul, Great Deep Soul, you need Aldrich Faithful, Affinity, Dark Edge, Frozen Weapon DLC, Snap Freeze DLC. So I'm missing like 3. Great Deep Soul, reach rank 1 in the Aldrich Faithful. So that's the tongues, and rank 1 is 10 human dregs. 10 human dregs. How many human dregs do I have? And what is... I have 2. And What is the thing? Pledge once. That doesn't tell me anything. Oh no. That's PvP. Well, guess I'm not getting that one. Soulstream, on the other hand, sounds fun. Yeah, I am not going to farm human dregs. I'm not gonna do that. That sounds like the absolute worst. However, there was Soulstream, which I apparently missed. Or the guys outside of Aldrich's boss room drop them? Like just those 3 guys? Really? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna... Clicking? I don't know about clicking. Alright. What was I gonna do? I was gonna go find Soulstream. And we're just gonna look this up, because... what do we care anymore? YOLO. Why don't I see it on the list anymore? There it is, Soulstream. Lothric Castle Grand Archive. Room hidden behind a boreal. I think I... you know, I kind of swear I know exactly where this is. I feel like I know exactly where this is because I like went up to it and I was like, oh, there's probably something here, and then didn't actually investigate. Like I then died and just grabbed my soul and kept going. So yeah. All right. Also, I think there's a couple... That's a waste. So I swear it's actually just around this corner. There's this Boreal Knight. No? I guess that's not... Alright, I was wrong. Alright. Get dunked. The Boreal Knights are the guys on all four. Right, so they're the totally not Vort guys. The Vort ripoffs. Oh, I hate that one so much. It disappears so fast. How are you not dead? Wait. Wait, where is that then? Oh, there's an item I don't have. Way over there, on that door. Or on that door. Roof. Hmm. Oh no, I'm stuck in glue. Come on, just show me your back. I just wanna stab you in the back. Really hard. Oh, there you go. There's our Boreal Knight. Okay. And then somewhere around here. Another illusion? No. My wax wore off. There we go. Soul Stream. I wonder how to get to that other item on the... roof. Do you access it from the roof? Or from inside? Alright, let's run across these. Try not to get cursed. Because it's like, okay, over there, is it just a very controlled drop from around the gargoyles? It sort of looks like that, is what it is. So, alright, so I suspect we need to take, yeah, so from the bonfire, the midpoint elevator, work around to the gargoyle, and then from there, we'll figure it out from there. So I feel like what I kind of want to do next, I kind of want to do another puzzle game. Like, another game like The Witness. I really enjoyed The Witness. That was a lot of fun to stream. And double casting. Yay! Alright. So we should be able to pretty much ignore these guys. Take a little bit of damage, whatever. Get up here. Stab you a bunch of times. And this was actually wrong because this is at the end of a drop. Because that's a drop right there to get here. So I don't actually want to go this way per se. What do I mean per se? I don't want to go this way. I want to run through this door, up these stairs, and out onto the roof. Okay. Just in case we get jumped by gargoyles. Because there's the one that spawns just to the right there. So it's like it should be like right below me at the moment. Ish. Yeah. All right. Now, here's the question. Do I jump from here, or do I go back up and jump off the side there. I feel like if I drop from there, it's actually going to be far enough that I'm just going to hit a kill brush, and that I'm gonna die even if I've got spook up. I think I need to make a running jump from here diagonally. That hitting that buttress was not my definition of fun. And a scale. Cool. Just in case I want to level up a weapon I don't use. Scales are pretty valuable though. I could do Catherine. Actually, I started a new game of Catherine not like 2 weeks ago, just on my own, and I like Catherine, but I was also reminded of like how much talking there is in Catherine, particularly in the beginning. There's a lot of talking. Now, granted, that is a significant part of the game, like the relationship management part, but if you kind of just want to work your way through the puzzles, it's a lot of talking. Yeah. But I don't want Jurat to die. I've intentionally not sent him to pillage places because I want to keep him alive, because he's like, let's go talk to him. I haven't talked to him in a while because he's still alive and I don't want him to die. And just like, look at how much personality he exudes with he's got his hood, like he looks like a bad guy, but hello. Fine work, I say.
Fine work, I say. Discovering Irithyll in the Boreal Valley, all in a day's work. If the tales are true, it is home to all moon-worshipping nobles, and should be packed with treasure. What do you think? Shall I go and see what I can find?
Like, I don't know, his voice actor, the voice actor did a really good job of just imbuing him with a lot of personality, and I really like him, and I want to keep him safe. I want to protect him. I want him to just, I realize he's perhaps a little bored just sitting in the Firelink Shrine all day, but he's safe here. You know, it's in my power to keep him alive, and so I don't ask him to do risky things. He's my friend. I mean, I already lost one friend. I mean, sure, that friend accidentally, maybe somewhat intentionally, actually totally sold my soul to, like, the void, the abyss, but, you know, I haven't, is she gonna be upset at me now that is she gonna leave? Okay, she'll leave next time. She's like, yo, hey, you don't have the dark mark thing anymore. You healed it. And I'm like, yeah, I did. She's like, all right, screw you. Yeah, a lot of the NPC quest lines in these, like, they're so obtuse. They're so easy to miss. I don't know how people figure them out. Like, I really don't know. does the first wave of players actually just like comb through every inch of game that they previously visited? Because it's like, here's what you basically need to do in order to find them. Because so many of them, it's like, all right, you need to like reach a point, but then you need to go back to an area that you've already cleared before you like progress any further. And it's like the jumping around between them. I don't get how people actually figure out how to do these on the first wave of stuff. It's like you need to. It's like, all right, check everything you've visited. Kill a boss. Go back, recheck everything. You know, just kind of progression wise, just crawling forward. And yeah. And you know what? Kill her for her armor. I actually kind of agree with that. I mean, she does serve this game world's version of the literal devil. So, maybe that's not the worst plan ever. I'm stuck in the wall. Also, I totally wanted Flash Sword up. Also, I think now that I'm dead, I think that actually maybe ruined it. I wanted to go to Flash Sword, but I was one too early. I don't know. Maybe this time. Maybe it'll work if she hasn't taken off. Oh, I need to be careful. No. There we go. No, I need to give her the ash. I do like Carla's stuff, even though the description for them is like, this stuff is super gross and smells of poop. It uses euphemisms, but it says it smells like poop. Is it Faram one? Is that hers? I don't remember what hers was. I feel like that's the new one, but that might have been the other ash that I turned in that I didn't actually look at. I don't know. I've got so many. Oh, it was black? I've unlocked it now. And I think I can do another level or two.
You did.
No, one.
Ragdoll. Oh, there we go. No more
Kitty
ragdoll.
time. Hey everybody, it's a kitty. Floof break. Alright, it was the black set. It was called the black set. Alright. Let's actually sort by armor, so we didn't. So leather, chain, Morn, dancer, Smaug, golden, firelink, executioner, exile, Gundyr, black. Oh, so okay, black hand. Attire of hunters known as the King's Black Hands, this wide-brimmed habit is emblematic of the role. Black Hand was a title established to honor hunters who served successive kings. To date, no more than 3 such individuals have borne this distinction. A black cape covers leather armor, shrouding the wearer in darkness. And... or is it this one? Black dress? No, yeah, there we go. Uria. Okay. Build mask. And the black. Not the black hand, the black. Yeah, that's not confusing. Attire, 3 mentors of the Sable Church of Londor. Build mask belongs to Uria. These maidens of a primordial serpent who are renowned as founders of the Sable Church, which offered salvation for hollows. Resembles a mourning dress. These black gauntlets are hidden by the dress. Black leggings are hidden by the dress. And then Dark Witch Carla's stuff. You just missed it, Fizzy. You just missed it. All right. It's I think that's a good place to kind of wrap-ish things up for the evening. We beat the game in a way that many people judge people are very, very judgmental about how we wanted. Yeah, that Bloodborne, that Black Hand set. I was like, hunters, what? This is clearly a Bloodborne reference. That's intentional. I get that reference. I know what they're doing. Yes, I agree, Colin. Kaith wanted the dark to return, so he's Dark Satan, and Frampt wanted to continue the fire, so he is Light Satan. Spit some rhymes. I can kazoo. Oh man, a song sung by like 5-year-olds is not that easy to try and actually like hit the same notes. That, wow. Am I the kazoo kid as an adult? So this whole kazoo thing, this is a new fad. This is new to me. So a few back right before New Year's, a couple days before New Year's, Lindsay Ellis sends me this note on Facebook and is like, "Yo, Dan, do you own a kazoo?" I'm like, "Yeah, probably. You know, somewhere. I'm sure I've got one lying around." She's like, "All right, I need you to do a kazoo version of a couple songs from Rent." And I'm like, "Okay, that's just absolutely perfect. Yes, I will absolutely do that." So I did it because, you know, because yeah, that was hilarious, and it was so hilarious that I kind of got like hooked, which is, you know, not exactly a hard thing since kazoos are cheap. It's $1. Even the metal one, this metal kazoo, which sounds way better, was like $4, and it was less than $5. So you can get a nice, I'm not going to say good sounding kazoo because it's still a kazoo, but it sounds better. You can get a better kazoo for less than $5. So yeah, and they're hilarious. Like, it's a lot of fun actually trying to like put together a like kazoo version of something, and surprisingly challenging in its own little way. What is La Mulana, and why are people telling? I don't know what La Mulana is. This isn't gonna be like it's not. This is not some of that pornography, is it? The 2001 Space Odyssey theme? You mean Also Sprach Zarathustra? See if I can remember it off the top of my head. Zarathustra. There you go. I don't remember any. I don't really remember it past that. Yeah. There you go. I feel like that is a great low point to end the stream on. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have a better closing line than that. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap things up for now. I mean, that was only 2 hours 15 minutes. I mean, some of these have gone a little long. Like, that's like half the length of some of them, but I am perfectly okay with that because it's 10 o'clock, and this way I can spend some time, like, I don't know, picking fights on Twitter or something, you know, that. So yeah, thanks everyone for coming out and judging me for the way that I play Dark Souls. I hope you have a good evening and a good week, and there will be another video out on Friday or Saturday. So take care and enjoy.